Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are officially underway with 4IR dialogues. And I'm at this moment going to give an opportunity to the TUT fire to render an item and will officially be underway. Over to you, conductor. Do not be shy, ladies and gents, to give them a warm hand of applause for the great work that they're doing. Please. Members of the TUT Council here in our midst, led by Mr. Tilson Manyoni. Members of the Executive Management Committee, led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Tinyiko Maluleke, the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, the Honorable Minister Kumbuzo Nchabeni and her entourage, TUT staff members, speakers, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to observe all protocols and acknowledge your presence here. Please also allow me to welcome and acknowledge all those joining us virtually from across the globe. I am Khalabi J.K. Pal, and I'll be your program director for this day one of the Future of Work 4IR Dialogues, brought to you by the Tshwane University of Technology and the Institute for the Future of Work. May you please give yourself a round of applause for being here. Ladies and gents, we gather for these dialogues at a time where unemployment rates are at alarming high levels. Thus, the importance of dialogues like of this nature. Also, dawning on us is an epoch led by technological disruptions and innovations. The question we need to grapple with gathered here today is how do we match human capabilities and technology to ensure a consistent creation of jobs and productivity? And gathered here, ladies and gents, you are not just a number, but an important voice on the discourse of how we bridge the technological gap, incorporating job seekers and moving the country forward by making sure that dialogues like this are not just talk shops, but they come with results. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to encourage that look at the person next to you. If it's someone that you came with, if it's someone that is from the same office as you, then they are not doing you good because it means you are not networking. So it's important that you look across the room and find someone that you do not know, because by so doing, you will be able to start the important conversations we need to start whilst having these dialogues. I'll give you an opportunity to look around, and if you realize that the person seated next to you, you had coffee with them yesterday in the office, that was the last person you saw when you knocked off, they are doing you no good. Please take it from me. You need the other person from the other office, from the other organization, so that the dialogue get going. You get me, ne? So I'm trying to provoke you already. I'm setting the mood in the room to say let's engage with someone different. You see, there's already an exchange of business cards there. So there's something good. Prof is leading by example. Yeah, cancer, Prof. Ladies and gents, we are underway and we've started with these dialogues. All of you, as I said, are important. We will be having conversations here led by different moderators and panels. All of us seated here will get an opportunity to ask questions, to probe whatever that is being discussed here. But also, as I said, you are not just a number. So you are not an addition on top of. Being here, we believe in your capabilities to be a part of these conversations. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, allow me please to invite the Vice Chancellor of the Tshwane University of Technology, Professor Tinyiko Maluleke, to come and welcome all of us gathered here. May we please give him a huge round of applause. Cancer, Prof.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Program Director, Honorable Minister Kumbuzo Nchabeni. I haven't seen the minister where she is sitting. Is she here inside already? I'd like to confirm that she is here. But nevertheless, I do acknowledge her presence, and I want to thank her for lending her stature and her gravitas to this occasion by her presence. We couldn't have asked for a more visionary, more qualified, and more energetic Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies at this point in the history of our country. I want to particularly thank the Minister for the establishment of the National Institute of Intelligence, and we as the Tshwane University of Technology are very glad to collaborate with her ministry and our sister institutions in that initiative. To the chairperson of the Tshwane University Council, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, who also is the chairperson of the advisory committee of the Institute for the Future of Work, members of the TUT executive, I've seen a few of them, deans, campus rectors, representatives of labor, staff, the TUT student leadership, the institutional SRC, under the leadership of Mr. Shepard Koza, students in general. Please join me in welcoming our galaxy of guests. Included among them are distinguished scholars, specialists in artificial intelligence, robotics, IoT, 3D printing specialists in all these, as well as nanotechnologists and biotechnologists, technicians and tool makers of the highest order, captains of industry, leaders from every walk of life, trendsetters, entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Tshwane University of Technology and its Institute for the Future of Work, it is my singular pleasure to welcome you all to our historic Future of Work 4IR dialogue. The Institute for the Future of Work is a natural offshoot of the Tshwane University of Technology vision for producing knowledge that works, for nurturing graduates who work, graduates whose heads work well, graduates with hearts, graduates whose hands work, in other words, future-ready graduates. Had I time, the space, and the wherewithal, I would have entitled my opening remarks, very brief opening remarks, I would have given them this title, Stop the Music, the Future of Work is Here, or simply Stop the Music. And let me briefly explain why. Apparently, the ferry known as the Titanic was tipping over slowly and sinking off the Canadian coast in 1912, while members of the crew and passengers were frantically scuttling for lifeboats in the midst of the heart-rending screams of terrified passengers. There was in their midst a 5-man orchestral ensemble which started playing music. Apparently, this ensemble played their music until they and their fellow passengers were completely submerged. In similar fashion, Fred Kumalo, our own novelist and writer, in his book titled Dancing the Death Drill, suggests that as the capsized ferry, the SS Mendi, was sinking, taking with it more than 600 lives, the dying man started singing and dancing the death drill, as he calls it. I wish the metaphors of the Titanic and the SS Mendi were far-fetched fiction, but they are not. Ours is a troubled world, a world with runaway climate change, inequality, economic stagnation, war and poverty, and in this regard, South Africa is a microcosm and in some instances a leader in of some of the most wicked problems the world is facing at this time. Consider the current paradox of South Africa as a country with the highest unemployment rate in more than a decade. And yet, the same country has so much visible and palpable work needing to be done if the economy is to be ignited. As the Titanic sinks and as our SS Mandy descends towards the bowels of the ocean, the least we can do is to stop the music. That is, put a halt to the charade and to bring pretense to a sudden stop. One way of framing the conundrum we must face up to is to speak of how misaligned and how out of kilter, how mismatched, and how disproportionate our skills base is from our economic and developmental needs. We are singing irrelevantly and off-key and doing so in accompaniment of a sinking ferry. Another way of framing this discourse, which is more germane to our future of work dialogue, is to suggest that there is a lag between the quantity and the quality of critical skills we need and the proportion or the speed at which these are being produced. In my short life in the academy, I have seen much exaggerated singing and dancing. I've had many ululations at many a graduation ceremony. I have officiated in many graduation ceremonies. I have seen the graduates do indamu on stage. I have seen them do istatamiya and shibelani dances on the graduation stage. I've seen them do this faultlessly, only to go and spend the next few years wandering and faltering in the workplace and in the call phase. If these graduates are going to take longer than a year to make themselves economically useful, all our graduation ululations, praise singing, and foot stomping may be part of a national requiem for the dying, dying professions, obsolete industries, and a dying academy. And the conundrum of mismatch and misalignment and disproportion is not solely and entirely a supply-side problem. In his book titled Innovation and Its Enemies, Why People Resist New Technologies, Callistus, the late Callistus Juma, cautions against the suggestion that the enemies of innovation are confined to one sector, to one country, to one region, or even to one epoch. In other words, he cautions against the demonization and the fixing of the problem around the Luddites or the Luddites, whichever pronunciation you prefer. So during his 1990s tenure as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, Callistus Juma observed how different nations contested the adoption of international protocols on biosafety. Hilariously, he characterized the divergent attitudes in the following caricatures, each of which contained enough grains of truth to send him to the research field, and I quote him. In the United States, products are safe until proven risky. In France, products are risky until proven safe. In the UK, products are risky even when proven safe. In India, products are safe even when proven risky. In Canada, products are neither safe nor risky. In Japan, products are either safe or risky. In Brazil, products are both safe and risky. In sub-Saharan Africa, products are risky even if they do not exist. End of quote. I don't know how he foresaw how we would react to the arrival of 5G. All the myth-making around 5G, which had no basis in fact, and maybe he knew it was coming because his book was published in 2016 already. For us as the People's University, the Tshwane University of Technology, we take seriously the situation of misalignment and the mismatch between people and technologies. The mismatch between industry and the academy, the mismatch between skills and work. In fact, we argue that for far too long, this problem has been seen only from the corners of the eyes of industry. We suggest that this problem of misalignment has been seen only in part, only tangentially, by institutions of higher learning. We feel that the time has come for industry, government, and academia to look the problem in the eye and tackle it head on. For this reason, our vision for this dialogue is that of gathering a group of bridge builders. We could be accused of being obsessed with the idea of bridge building, and we are happy to take that accusation, because we are committed to the building of bridges between people and technology, bridges between innovation and problem solving, bridges between the academy and the economy, and bridges between technology and people. As a University of Technology, most, if not all, our programs, especially our curriculum development, require of us to have robust and structured engagements with industry stakeholders, as well as posting students in work-integrated learning programs in which the university and the relevant industry partners collaborate in the training of the same students. A few times a year, we have advisory committee meetings in which academics and industry practitioners meet to consider how best to keep our programs dynamic and relevant. In a manner of speaking, this historic Future of Work 4IR dialogue is like a program advisory committee on steroids. It is like a program advisory committee meeting at the most strategic level, at the most national and international level. We are here to discuss not merely how to make graduates in the image of industry, but we are here to explore how to remake our industry and our government departments in the image of the future. Above all, we are here to stop the music, to put an end to the singing of the requiem for the dying professions, the dying academy, the dated and obsolete government processes and industry practices. Let me conclude. Some years back, a friend of mine, then a telephone technician working for SA Telcom, was fixing a faulty line at a school in Soweto. The pole which he had to scale in order to reach the box housing the faulty wires was located by the window of a classroom. As he was going up the ladder, the teacher, who was standing in front of a full classroom, saw him and he saw her. Their eyes locked. She immediately turned to her pupils and cautioned them, saying, if you are not diligent with your schoolwork, you will end up doing such dirty jobs as this uneducated man going up the ladder. Such was the teacher's level of ignorance. She did not realize that the bloke on the ladder was way more educated than she was. Maybe, as well as stopping the music of the dead and the dying, two more issues to be explored in this dialogue are what it means to work, what it means to work today, what it means to be educated in the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is the honor to make a few opening remarks, to convene and summon all of you into this, our maiden Tshwane University of Technology Future of Work 4IR dialogue. What a stellar cast of speakers and presenters. What a set of carefully chosen topics and crucial issues on and about the future of work. One more time, let me say, it is my singular pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to this magnificent, this timely, this music-stopping Tshwane University of Technology Future of Work 4IR dialogue. Welcome to the People's University. Welcome to the university which makes knowledge work. Riavatanganeza, sianamkela, hoyo hoyo, karibu sana, mabibi na mabwana, sawa sawa.
Ladies and gents, you'd agree with me that Prof welcomed us and gave us more. And he leaves us with two questions that make me remind you that if the person that you are seated next to is from the same office as you, then you are defeating the purpose of this gathering. I'll keep making this reminder, and this I make to irritate you a bit and to provoke you to start networking, even during the sessions. The chairperson of the TUT Council, Dr. Tilson Manyoni, has joined us. Also in our midst is the Minister, the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Minister Kumbuzo Nchabeni. May we please give them a round of applause as they've joined us. And I think it is ideal on that note that I call upon stage Dr. Tilson Manyoni to come and give us the spotlight address, and it's titled Working Together Towards a Future-Ready South Africa, and I believe Prof touched quite a bit on that. Dr. Manyoni, may you please join us on the podium to give your address. May we please give him a huge round of applause as he comes to the fore.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. I think there was a problem with the mic. I'm getting old, so these days I need to put spectacles to see. Program Director, the Honorable Minister, Council members, Vice Chancellor, and Executive Management Committee, members of the I4 Azar Committee, esteemed guests, and speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me apologize on the behalf of the Minister. She was on time. I delay her because myself and the Minister we had a long history and unfinished business, and so it's my fault that she didn't come to the plenary on time. But she was here, I think, almost 30 minutes before time. So I've done my part. Colleagues, I don't have a speech per se, but I wanted to frame this discussion differently. My topic is working together towards a future-ready South Africa. But I want to start with the code, and maybe the code will help you understand where I'm coming from and the reference point for what I'm going to say. It was Harry Truman who said, "It's amazing what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit." It's a very, very powerful statement. We live in the times, in the country, in the society, everybody wants the spotlight. Everyone wants to shine. Everyone wants to speak and say something about all the topics and everything else. We're so consumed by so many speakers. You wake up the radio, people have comments about everything. And yet, behind the speakers, there are people actually do the work. It's not different to these gatherings that we sit here with beautiful tables. But I know for a fact there are kids who almost slept here last night, who put the work. And the difference between the two, that when we sit here and we enjoy and we have conversations and we say all the intellectual things, those kids, those guys that work, it's a job well done. And I'm saying that because I think when I framed this conversation, in my mind was something that I think it's getting lost in our society. And my approach and my conversation is going to move more to the technical aspect of things. I think we're becoming a society that is good at putting concepts, at making grand speeches. In fact, somebody said something interesting. He said, if Olympics games had a stream for talking, South Africa will got a gold medal, because I think we're good at putting good conversations. But life is not about that. Life is about work. And I want to bring certain concepts to the table that maybe will help frame what was the idea behind the Institute for Future of Work and the Future of Work for our dialogue. There's a reason we call it a dialogue, not a conference, not a summit, because it was not meant to repeat what you could hear in a radio, what you could hear in a summit or in a platform. Most of you knows that I'm a head of BBC. I know I do the Black Business Summit. We invite speakers. We allow people to articulate policy conversations. What I hope that the 4R dialogue will do will speak from a technical aspect of the issues, the delivery side of the things. Is for that reason when we crafted the structure, we put together an advisory board or a committee made up of people who employ people, people who pay salaries, because we wanted to get their perspective to say, how do we start to create a future in South Africa? We wanted to have conversations that are impactful, that can translate to real projects, real intervention. Anybody can come to the podium and speak about anything, but I mean to have a capacity to deliver on what they speak about. Those are different. And we are very clear in our mindset that if these conversations are going to realize anything, they ought to be delivered of these things. They ought to be meaningful participation, because I don't think most of us want to have conversations for the sake of conversation. So I'm not going to mention the famous words, future technologies, blockchain, IoT, all the stuff that you can read. It's easy today. You can go to Google. You don't actually have to do much. You type in Google future of work, 4R, you get enough content. But I want to speak about the things that probably we ignore that actually drive these things. If you ask anyone who runs a software business, they will tell you it's a very difficult business to run. Building a software is difficult. It's not easy. It's not something that you can switch on and say you make it work. It requires a lot of skills, a lot of tenacity. And I'm trying to bring those conversations to the forward. And I want to go back to the code and say, what makes those people that don't mind who get the credit, that do the work, what makes them special? I have a company here that single-handedly built a platform to register, an incredible platform during the space of few weeks. And today we got a platform that was built by a few individuals. I got this company who was instrumental in coordinating the event, the registration. Those are the people that makes things work and apply to everything in life, in everything that we do. TUT is not different. It's the deans, it's the DVCs that runs and make things happen. And I believe society is like that. In my focus, I want to move the discussion to not to what, but to how. And as we think about what we can do together to make a future-ready South Africa, and I want to propose five concepts that most of us, we understand them very well. But I think we struggle in implementation of those concepts across all spheres of society. The first one is systems. Building genuine, working, optimized systems. Ultimately, everything is about IFO. This whole thing is a system. How do we build systems that work? What are we talking? Our education system, our housing, our infrastructure. It doesn't matter. How do we make sure that our systems are optimized and function? And I think that's one thing I think most of us, we are familiar with from a theoretical perspective, but I think we struggle. Because there's the thing about systems. Systems are not about individuals. Systems about the collective. When you put the team together and everybody pulls in a particular direction, and you get 1 + 1 = 3. And I think we've missed the step that we don't do those type of things. Any good initiative is made by the people that are working as a singular unit, as a singular system. We all understand system from an engineering perspective, from an ICT perspective. But what do you understand from a day-to-day perspective in terms of how we get things done? I think I'm putting a challenge to the panelists to reflect on that. The second thing that I think we take it for granted is so important is productivity. The ability to be productive. When you are a nation that is productive, the sky is the limit. And maybe we must go back and ask ourselves and say, what is our output capacity utilization ratio as a society? Are we creating students that can bend the mill like oil, that can sit in front of the machine, can work and deliver a product? You know, if you're lucky, you go to Europe, you visit some of those tech platform where they put a group of tech guys, they give them 24 hours to develop an applicant. It's about the ability to be productive. And I think it's a big conversation Africa must have, our productivity level. Are we a productive society? If you understand productivity, then you understand another line that links to productivity, which is throughput. We take students to university. We produce something at the end of the day. What are we producing? Input, process, output. What is our throughput as a society? Are we creating the type of graduates that when they leave universities, when they leave TUT, they can go out there and be productive members of society? They can go out there, start businesses. They can go out there, be creative. You know, I always say to people, one thing that we don't teach our students nowadays is this thing. Blank paper. The ability to sit and conceive ideas. When you can sit in your room, you can sit in your classroom and you can daydream, you can take a pen and you can craft something. There's a famous billionaire, a famous South African today. If you read his stories from Pretoria, he was a gig. He had an ability to take a white paper and conceive ideas. We need students that conceive ideas. If you look around, you look at the challenge that we have in our society. We don't need people that are going to tell us what's wrong with our society, what are the issues we have. Where the people can go out there and say, how do I make sure the taxi industry is modernized? It's a long-standing issue. How do I make sure that if I'm in a train, I'm safe? Those are typical issues that we need to have. So throughput, colleagues, is very important. Then there's something that if you understand throughput, that we keep on creating time after time again, and it's stable, it frustrates growth, it frustrates development, and that is bottleneck. There is so much bottleneck in our systems. The ability to delay and cause delay in everything. And I said with the CEO of one multinational, he said, we want to tell him we want to give TUT money. But Jesus, man, too much bottleneck. You know, you know. I see my time is coming to an end. The last one, colleagues, is something I think also we take it for granted, and I think let me also put the challenge to my panelists. It's the constraints. We got constraints of resources, we got constraints of time, we got constraints of money. How do we work around it? If we can solve the issues of constraints, we can go too far. I hope I frame the thinking and the context for today. As I close, I want to propose 10 things, if you allow me, 10 things that is very important that as my panelists reflect on those things with the context I've said. One, work integrated learning. Two, building ecosystems. Three, developing a vibrant SME market. Four, bridging the digital skills gap. Five, developing digital infrastructure. Six, access to opportunities. Seven, inclusivity. Eight, social currency and mobility. Nine, upstream and downstream value chain integration. 10, critical mass and scale-out impact. In closing, another famous president said, you can never always build a future for the youth, but you can build the youth for the future. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Magnoni. You see, ladies and gents, the difficulty about being a program director for events like this and the chair of council speaks is that he's your employer. So when his time is up, you must think twice about telling him to get off stage. Then you say to him 5 minutes to go, and he then says, I've got 10 other things to say. So you're not sure whether to say to the tech guys, switch off the mic or what. But we are running a bit behind with time. I'm going to allow the minister the privilege of not being interrupted when she speaks, so we'll give her the time that's allotted to her. But afterwards, ladies and gents, I'm going to rush a bit so that we catch up on time, and hope you please bear with me in advance just for us to catch up with time. With that said, ladies and gents, allow me to introduce the minister, the Honorable Minister Kumbuzo Nchabeni, who is the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. She holds an MBA degree from the University of Bradford in the United Kingdom. She's also a graduate of Rand Afrikaans Universiteit, where she read for an undergraduate degree in political science and concurrently completed 2 postgraduate degrees in development studies and labor relations. The minister has previously worked, sorry, you fine. Minister has previously worked as a municipal manager of the Bapalabura municipality in Limpopo. And yeah, minister says it's fine. I'll send you a WhatsApp. Ladies and gents, please give the minister a round of applause as she comes to speak.
Good morning. To the Vice Chancellor, Professor Tinyiko Maluleke, the Chairperson of the University Council, and my former friend, Mr. Magnoni. I thought he would do proper disclosure that he was trying to get me coffee, and that's part of the delay, and trying to get me to account for the time that I was not here. And I kept on saying, I'm not your guest, I'm the guest of the Vice Chancellor. But he never wanted to accept that. I kept on saying, can I be taken to where the Vice Chancellor is? But he wanted me to account. So, Prof. Maluleka, you need to pardon me. It's just that I used to keep a wrong crowd of friends, but today I disown them. the leadership of the University of Tshwane University of Technology, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's interesting we're talking about the future of work. And I find it a great honor to be invited to have these conversations at institutions of higher learning. Because for me, the institutions of higher learning are not just about talk, it's about how the conversations we have, the dialogues we have today influences the curricula of the universities and the technicons and the vocational education training centers and the community centers. In particular, a university like TUT, which is a university of majority of the underprivileged children, play a particular role in ensuring that the majority of South Africans or young South Africans are not excluded from this new economy that is coming. And when I received an invitation, I asked myself, are we still talking about the future of work? Because before COVID-19, we were talking about the coming of the fourth industrial revolution. And we're planning for the coming of the fourth industrial revolution. Even in government, the president set up a commission, they did a report, and they had a timeline implementation plan, which was supposed to be 5 to 10 years implementation, preparing for the coming of the fourth industrial revolution. That watch is not my time, eh? It's the time of the program director. Says I've taken 12 minutes, not yet. I just wanted to make sure I'm on time. But when COVID-19 came, it closed the global community. We shut off everything. But one thing it did, it propelled the advancement of the fourth industrial revolution. Actually, we no longer spoke about the oncoming fourth industrial revolution. It was here, it was present. We all moved to virtual learning, virtual work. We moved to e-commerce. We moved to a whole lot of things. So the debate that was in my head when I was preparing for this, I was saying, are we really talking about the future of work? Or are we talking about the present day of work? And if we are talking about the future of work, which is the present day of work, how are universities or how are institutions of higher learning changing their curricula to make sure that the ones the Professor Maluleke was talking about, the ones who you relate and go home and remain unemployed for years, do not become part of the pool of unemployed graduates? Because where I come from or where I grew up, we vowed that we are going to be a different set of leaders. We are going to be leaders who prepare young people not to be job seekers, but to be job creators, who prepare majority of our people, women in particular, and black people in general, to be not workers, but to be owners of the means of production. But we can do that in terms of speech and theology and philosophy, but it's only at institutions like the TUT that can make sure that that aspiration, that ideal, that principle is achieved. And the debate about the future of work and the present day of work is what gets us to that. I'm also glad to be speaking here when we are a few weeks to announce to launch our partnership on the AI Institute and the work that we are doing there. And part of the stream that TUT is leading is this thing on the future of work in terms of that partnership. And I had a rhetorical question to ask myself. To say, have we assessed where we are in South Africa in terms of the current skill sets that we have? I sit also by virtue of being a minister in this portfolio, even in my previous portfolio. I sit in what they call the Human Resource Development Council of the country that is chaired by the Deputy President. Have we mapped the skills? In 2020 October, the World Economic Forum released a country report on South Africa about the skills and relevance of the skills. So let me just take you through briefly on what they looked at. They covered a population of 31.6 million to do the assessment of the work, which is just over 50% of the population of South Africa. And on the area of education and skills, they said, what is the level of digital skills among active population? And then they say we are at 29.9%. And what is the business relevance of basic education? Again, 29.9%. What is the business relevance of tertiary education? We are at 49.7%. And what is the supply of business relevant skills? Is 44.4%. And what is the unemployment rate among workers with advanced education? 11.8%. The unemployment rate among workers in basic education, 31.6%. And we know about the share of youth not in employment or no education or training, which at that point was 32.7%. So the question is, to TUT, both the council and the academic staff and the management team, what are we doing to reverse the business relevance of our tertiary education? Because that's what the debate about future of work talks about. It's not about us churning out the number of graduates. It's about us churning the graduates that are going to be relevant for the business environment in the country. The example given by the professor, where a teacher says an artisan or a technician is uneducated. Unfortunately, it's the relevance of our time. Parents, and it's one thing I need to disclose, I tend to disclose, I dropped out three times at universities. And it's never written on the profile. And I'm encouraged to say I must write about me being a dropout, a university dropout who happened to also be a university graduate. But I dropped out because I felt what I needed to learn, I'd learned. My mother, when I wanted to do computer science, she thought I was going to do typewriting, and she was amazed that I want to do typewriting overseas when I could just go to a TVET college, a vocational, which was called then, and learn typewriting, because during my time, I'm not disclosing my age though, during my time, computers were just replacing typewriters at word processing level for everybody else. So when I wanted to do my computer studies, my mother felt that she doesn't understand, but her being here and supportive, she funded my studies abroad, for that matter, when she thought I'm going to learn to do typewriting. And then a year later I drop out, and they thought I failed, and I had not failed. I'd gotten summa cum laude 95. Is summa cum laude, eh? Yeah, nothing below 90. And they said, so why did you drop out? They thought it was the area, it was too cold, they moved me to another one. I said, I've already learned what I wanted to learn. And if I'd known then, if our TVET colleges then, or vocational colleges then, had computer studies, I would not have traveled abroad to learn that. I would have stayed in the country, learned and acquired my what are they called? NCV certificate on computer studies, and I would be being a computer engineer. But also if our career pathing from vocational education, or what you call then we call them technicons. If it allowed me to become a PhD holder, but on the vocational front, I would have done that. I would not have failed. But when I came back, I had enough money to support even my mother for a lifetime. But she never thought of that. She wanted me back to university. That's how I ended up at the Rand African University. Because we never thought about the future of work. Whereas when you go to Germany, the professors that are there, I have gone through the stream of a TUT type of a university, from a vocational training, because we've done career pathing. So as you sit here from the academia, how much are you designing your curricula to allow progression, that an artisan should not be deemed unqualified or uneducated, because they can then acquire or attain the highest level of education in the country, and a teacher or a principal will know that they are a PhD holder, but from a TVET college or a community college. because we don't have that career pathing. That's the challenge I set for you. But secondly, when you, and I was asking the VC around what are the major focus areas, and then he says, actually, amongst the strongest faculties is the Faculty of Journalism. But my question is, the future of journalism, not even the future of journalism, the present day journalism has changed. Anybody's a news reporter today because you've got WhatsApp, you've got Twitter. A breaking story is not broken by a journalist, it's broken by an ordinary person. The difference is that a journalist will then authenticate sources and give context to the story. But how much are we churning the journalism students at TUT and any other tertiary institution to make sure they can be responsible or they can be participants effectively in the new field? And in the linguistics department, I met a child of a friend who is studying in a fancy university abroad. And, no, not a university, in a fancy college, which is a high school abroad. And I said to her, what do you want to do? I'm not mentioning names. She says, I'm studying English. I want to go and do English at university. And I say, why? And she says, because I want to be a script writer. I want to be an author. And then I addressed another forum on another university 2 weeks ago. And the students rose and said, but we are underprivileged because we are learning in English. And I said, no, you are wrong. You should be learning to write your curricula in Chivenda and Xitsonga and Shipedi and isiZulu and isiXhosa for your own advantages. When I went to Rand Afrikaans University, I was enrolled for engineering. Again, I dropped out because I could not understand what was oxygen. For 4 months in the class, I could not know what is oxygen. They called it Sirstoff, I think. I only learned that it's oxygen later, but I thought of myself failing, and I said, me and failure are not cannot be read in the same sentence. But because the Afrikaner community has written textbooks in their own languages, what stops me from writing a textbook in Chivenda and getting that education done? There are universities, University of Northwest, they are graduating not in linguistics, PhDs in Setswana. But what if the university, the Tshwane University of Technology, the Faculty of Humanities, is getting the student learning African languages to translate the textbooks into Chivenda, Shipedi, and all the other official languages, so that our children can also learn mathematics and robotics in our own languages. In China and in Russia, they code in their own language, but here we code in English. Yet we are teaching linguistics, we are teaching languages, African languages. What is the value of us teaching African languages when we are preparing all the students of African languages to become teachers and the market is saturated of teachers? They were only preparing them to become to join the pool of the unemployed. But what if we were teaching them to do translation, to become authors, to become scriptwriters? Then they could then move into the creative industry and produce the blockbusters. I've announced that we're going to make sure that by 2025 we have 102 channels, TV channels in the country. It will mean content, but that content can't be in English. That content must be in our own languages because it must be local content. I don't know who else speaks the languages that are deemed difficult. Between me and the VC, we know that somebody will say to translate to Chivenda or Xitsonga, it's a very complex arrangement. There are no Venda words, there are no Xitsonga words to be translated, and that's not true. Because words and language is dynamic. You can put a dictionary, and we learned when Oxford started to, there was a time South Africa was trending in creating new words for the dictionary. You know, when you were montashed and all those things. It's a new terminology, and they even had the definitions that matched what we're doing, because language is dynamic. New words are formed. English on its own as a language, it's a graduation of other languages. So what if that Faculty of Humanities, which we think is irrelevant, is not irrelevant after all, because it's going to be a key player in the creative industry that must grow, because part of the growing industries in the sector is the creative industry, That's what the fastest growing. The technology industry, that is also actually the digital economy. That's where we're going. It's also the is the manufacturing, but digital manufacturing. What if we review that is not what we are teaching, it's how we are teaching and the purpose we are teaching that in terms of languages, in terms of any other subject matter that we do. Because agriculture, which is another area, or animal husbandry that TU2 specializes on, it's no longer me wanting a 2,000 hectare farm to maintain a 900 livestock and demarcate them into camps. Because camp management for grazing is managed differently. The rotation from one camp to the other, the watering holes for the animals, it's whatever. It's also calculating the measurement of the distance an animal travels to a watering hole or to a feeding trough. That maintains the weight, because we don't do animal production for the sake of animal production. We do animal production so that we can have animals with sufficient weight to make the right value in the market and keep the right nutrients in the market. So my challenge to the university, to the panelists, to this forum as we discuss, and I'm hoping next year we'll have another engagement, and I don't know, maybe VC, I can request an invite in advance. And next year we'll do an evaluation of how much has the curricular content has changed of TUT and other institutions that TUT has an impact on. And I'm going to go lastly to the discussions why we are partnering with institutions of higher learning in terms of our Artificial Intelligence Institute. And I'm not going to go into detail about that because we're going to detail that when we launch. We are partnering with institutions of higher learning because research from institutions of higher learning is cheap from our side. Why is it cheap? Because it's a win-win situation. If the university, both through its students and its academic staff, produces more research outputs, the university gets better funding. The university can then raise partnership. And I don't have to fund the university for that. There are institutions that are set to fund research outputs for universities. And there's industry that is waiting for research output. That is the first thing. But the secondly is because the institutions of higher learning are the last preparatory stage for our young people to enter the economic market. And I don't want to call it the labor market, because I don't believe that we must be churning people to become laborers or workers. We must be churning people out to become owners of the means of production. So that is the second part. Therefore, it goes to how relevant is the course content and the teaching methods that we are doing. The third one is the opportunity of partnership, that at a level of ideation and experimentation, institutions of higher learning become the best playing ground, because we're not doing the AI Institute for research. We're doing the AI Institute for output to the market. So an output to the market is influenced by ideation and experimentation. And these young people who are not afraid to do anything. I like to give this example. I was invited to address the 4th Industrial Revolution Summit in the Free State. And when I got there, young people had done robots. There are 1,000 schools in South Africa that are teaching robotics. And I'm going to challenge TUT to say, how many high schools are you going to partner? Or schools in South Africa, even primary, are you going to partner in the area of the 4IR that you specialize on, so that our young people can be trained? But those young people, I was not aware of the 1,000 schools that are run nationally, doing learning robotics and learning coding. Those kids had done robots when there was a dustbin that self-sorts, you know. And I say, why? They said, because, Minister, at home, when our parents want to recycle, and at school, we are told we must sort the plastic and whatever is tedious. So it's easier if we simply put a rubbish bin that when we throw, it will sort. It says, in any case, when you put the sorting and say plastic and saying, what is the other term they use? And bottle, and there was another term that was fancy. They said people never understood what it means. So they'll put plastic on something that is not plastic, so you still have to sort after all. So this dustbin sorts, and I said, okay. Then the other robot was, it's because it's public schools. In private schools, there are workers who clean classrooms after the lessons are done. But in public schools, learners themselves clean the classrooms after themselves. And these kids say, look, we are told we must mop the classroom. But what if the robot can do it better? So they've made a robot to mop the classroom after themselves. So they simply program it to say, school ends at 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, you enter the classrooms and you mop. And they say that it does it better than us and faster than us. The other one is because the parents, when they are sitting playing with their computers or playing with their games, whatever, gaming, which is another issue that we need to talk about, they say you are told when you are mid-game to say, "A utlosetse kgalase mo o ise ko sinking." Literally remove the glass from the table and take it to the sink to be washed up. Or clear the tables. And they say, we're tired. They've done robots to move the plates from the tables. You know, what was amazing for me, and also the games, what was amazing for me was, these kids do not build robots for the sake of building robots. They build robots to solve their day-to-day problems. And I'm saying, what if this, because the issue is not about the non-resilience of our children, the brilliance of our children. Our children are brilliant. Our children are resilient. Our children are creative. Our children are huge on ideas. Our children must be given opportunities to experiment. Our children must be nurtured when they've experimented to showcase what they've done. But the last mile is we need to start commercializing that which they've produced. But what if a university like TUT had partners with one of those schools and put better research behind the innovation, the robots that they make? And then also your faculty of economics and business management puts the commercialization model, because I was saying to myself and to the Premier of Free State, I wouldn't mind buying some of these robots as toys for my kids, because it's what the children plays with that influence their thinking. But have we stepped in as institutions of higher learning to partner and develop those ideas and get the market ready? Because for us, that is the reason for the partnership with institutions of higher learning. And we're starting with UJ and TUT as the founding institutions. We're going to expand to other institutions in the country, but also in the region of SADC and in the continent of Africa. Because we believe that we must create hubs across, because it's mutual development and mutual growth that is beneficial. And my challenge to TUT is, with your Future of Work Institute, who else have you partnered as we expand the reach? Because we can be good as TUT, but we can be better with other institutions when this can be spread. And next year, I'm going to ask VC, and I know you account to the Council and the Senate, but I'm going to ask to say, we need to account for what have we done with the curricula next year. Maybe this year is late. What have we done with the curricula in those faculties which we think they are not futuristic faculties, but they are futuristic? And I'm hoping next year the audience that come here are not technical audiences only. It's an audience that includes the non-technical, because a digital economy, the 4IR economy, is an economy that digitizes everything from commerce, agriculture, humanities, everything goes digital. Because next year, I'm hoping that our e-commerce agreements is not only when Zando, Take a Lot, ShopRite, Checkers, and others are able to sell online, but the spaza shops will also be able to have e-commerce, or you could buy online and they deliver for you, because that's what we must work and progress to. Because the work we do is not only for us, it's also to impact the economy, but also to impact the future of the country. And thank you for the invitation. I would have really appreciated to join the day and listen to the panelists, but the East Cabinet, there's another one who bullies me at TUT. I was made sure to say I must attend this event, and be excused from cabinet. So I was only given a pass for a particular period. I must rejoin cabinet. Thank you and wishing you the best in your dialogue.
Thank you so much, Minister. Ladies and gents, may we give the Minister another round of applause. It's a good thing, Prof, that the Minister has asked for an invite next year. I think that next year we'll fix the issue of time. So that we can introduce the Minister properly. Ladies and gents, we continue with our program, and as we allow the Minister and Prof to complete, they're done with the pictures, I am going to ask, ndiyambona ukhona Mhlekazi. Mhlekazi lukhona afika Mguni to please join me on stage. Mr. Mguni will be facilitating a fireside conversation between Prof. Dinyiko Maluleke as well as Ntate Nyiko Shiburi, the CEO of MultiChoice. I'll also ask Ntate Shiburi to please join us on stage. And as soon as Prof has released the Minister, we'll also ask Prof to join. I'll hand over to you now in a sec, and we also allow Prof to join. So this will be a conversation, the meeting of minds, and the context is setting the future of work and having this conversation between a captain of industry, in this case that being Tatani Shiburi, as well as academia, and that is represented by Professor Maluleke. Mhlekazi, over to you. May we please exchange eyes so that I can tip you off on time, and we keep it going.
I hope your eyes are not scary.
And go start, all the best.
Is my mic working? Is my mic working?
The sound is good.
Yes. Yeah. Is my mic working?
Is that mic working?
I was promised. Can you hear me? Okay. Fantastic, fantastic. A very good morning to all of you, and I am truly privileged to be here with the Institute for the Future of Work, which is a groundbreaking initiative by the Tshwane University of Technology. As you know, they continue to try and place themselves as thought leaders in the space of thinking through about the future of work, the fourth industrial revolution. I know my good prof here. I'm going to ask him how well has he settled into Tshwane University of Technology, and what students might be devising using 4IR to hide away from the police instead of using ironing boards. Maybe there are new things that they are now thinking about. But it's so good also to be at a conversation about technology and the future of work and all these nice technical things, and to see so many black people in the room. So give yourselves a huge round of applause. Sometimes, you know, you go, Prof, to these events and they are not even representative of the demographics of the country, and they do pose a problem because you wonder how well are we going to make the significant impact that we will and we hope to make in society. Well, there's no fire, but we'll have a fireside chat, so we'll try and be as informal as possible. I'll try and keep to time. My name, ladies and gentlemen, is Lukhona Mnguni. I'm just simply a troublemaker. I moonlight as a talk show host on ENCA on Sundays at 12 p.m. And my guest, of course, the Vice Chancellor of the Tshwane University of Technology, Prof. Dinyiko Maluleke, and of course the CEO of MultiChoice South Africa, Nyiko Shiburi. I promise no tough questions this afternoon, or this morning rather. But Prof, perhaps this has been set as, you know, the meeting of minds, industry and academia. I'm going to start off with you and just say, perhaps, you know, you've done your welcoming this morning, of course, but there is something visionary behind the focus on the future of work, and why when you came into office you became very passionate about this kind of work, and you've been trying to recruit, you know, some of the best minds to be within the Institute for the Future of Work. And of course, the Industrial and Labor Organization, ILO, has given us a huge report, which our president was part of co-chairing, in terms of helping the world think through about the future of work. Why is this so important? But what challenge does it give us, beyond just the curriculum, as the minister was saying, as institutions of higher learning, in terms of positioning ourselves for the future?
Thank you very much, Lukona. It's always a pleasure to speak to you. Let me start by giving credit where credit is due. I wish I could sit here and say I initiated the Institute for the Future of Work, that this is the vision that I brought to TUT. That would be a lie. I found it here,
Yeah.
and I love it. I love the idea. I embraced the idea and thought that it was the best thing possible that an institution like the Tshwane University of Technology could take up.
And I think we must commend you for keeping the work going, because people are quite keen to discard stuff from their predecessors as well in this country.
We know all about that. We know all about that. But I really must acknowledge the contribution of my predecessor and the council and the deans and the academics in setting up this institute. It's a very simple rationale for the institute. We are a university whose vision is the university that makes knowledge work. Now, we can't make knowledge in some theoretical, airy-fairy way work. When knowledge works, we will see it with the work of our academics, but also when our graduates get work. If they can't get work, they must be able to invent work. And that is the vision behind the institute. So here we are in a country with so much work to be done. You see it, you feel it, you hear it. Just walk into any city, walk into any township. Just look at the problems that people have. You see the sewage that's in the streets. You see the wires that are hanging untidily off the poles. You see the load shedding. You see the potholed roads. You see the infrastructure maintenance crisis that we are in. There is work to be done. But do we have the right skills among our young to get that work done? And so the institute is established to answer that question, but also as a bridge between the academia and industry. Because sometimes industry goes its own way, and the academia goes its own way. And there is no meeting of minds. The problem is not only one side, it can be in both sides, because sometimes industry can also resist innovation and resist new knowledge.
Yeah.
And the same can happen in the academia. So we hope that the institute will become that bridge which makes it possible for students not merely to, as I was saying in my opening remarks, to dance in Glamour on stage and then only go to fail and dance in the workplace.
Yeah.
That's really why we
I hope
here.
that's not an attack on my alma mater, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which is very much known for dance at its graduation ceremonies.
No. I used to work there, so
No.
I can't attack.
No, I know, Prof. Nyego, let me bring you in on the conversation. I mean, Prof is really talking about the importance of building bridges between industry and academia, and I think this is the importance of our conversation this very morning as to how do we build those bridges. But perhaps the first question is, where are the disconnects? Because you can't build bridges not knowing exactly what it is that you are trying to respond to. What is it that has over time created these degrees of separation between industry and academia?
Yeah. Am I on? Yeah. So firstly, thank you for pronouncing my surname properly. It's Shiburi, not Bushiri. I get that a lot. No, so what we find, it's around the pace of change that in the industry we experience that tends to create that bridge between what you get taught and what happens in the industry. If you think of multi-choice, there's so much disruption that's happening now with the entry of the OTT and so forth. which means that we need a different set of skills.
Perhaps
you
for
know.
those of us who are uninitiated, what's
Over the
OTT?
top, sorry, your big, your Netflixes and Amazon Primes and so
Fantastic.
forth. So that means it comes with a huge disruption in how the business runs and how what you've always done in the past. You know, so you have to learn a new set of skills that you don't necessarily have yet in the institutions. And I think a function like this bridges that gap, you know, which is fantastic for us, because then we are also able to share the challenges that we face as a business, to say, you know, Prof. Maluleke, please teach, give us students that know a little bit about this, you know, so that we don't spend too much time when people come out from universities into industry, that there's a big gap from what you're expecting and what you're actually getting.
And are you hoping that maybe, you know, institutions such as the Tswana University of Technology can help you to become more competitive? I mean, you talk about the OTTs, but you also had a recent rollout of Spectrum finally, and of course Minister Nchabeni very big on the switch off from, you know, analog to digital. You as MultiChoice have learned enough lessons, for example, from a jurisdiction like Kenya, which did the digital migration years ago, and you faced stiff competition there. I mean, I've spent about 2 months in Nairobi at some point, and it was really interesting to see how much competition MultiChoice actually has in that market compared to what you have in the South African market. As you begin to perhaps, you know, face stiffer competition in the market in South Africa because of the infrastructure rollout that's happening, how can universities such as TUT assist you to be ahead of the competition curve?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was taught in the media training school that if I don't know the answer, I'll say that's a great question. No, I'm just joking. No, I mean, ultimately it comes down to making sure that, you know, we work very closely with the institute to define what are the skills that we're looking for. If you think of things like process automation and so forth, it means that we need students that are able to harness their intuition about what needs to be done, right? Because a lot of the things that in the past you used to make decisions based on data can actually be automated now.
Yeah.
You know, if X and Y is supposed to do this, you do that. That's easy. But how do we harness the intuition that you have as a person, that it becomes a skill that you can have? And those are the type of conversations we want to have with the institution, because that's actually what makes the difference. So if you think about it from a content perspective, myself being from TUT and trained engineer, how do I necessarily have to make a decision on what makes good content and bad content? You know, and that comes down to intuition and experience. So it's those type of conversations that we need to get to, and working very closely with the institute allows us to bridge that gap. On the competition, I've been very fortunate that prior to this role, I was based in Zambia, looking after 9 countries for MultiChoice, you know, and the competition is everywhere. For us, competition is not only from traditional television, but it's really around the fight for the wallet. So if you're not watching television, what else are you doing?
Yeah.
And there's nothing more that summarizes best during the different levels of the lockdown, you know. I can tell you this, when there was no alcohol, my business grew. You know, so competition is everywhere.
I hope nobody from SAB or somewhere is listening. Prof, I think you've got somebody who can come and conduct guest lectures here free of charge. This is alumnus.
Well, actually, you know, we don't have to wait until the student completes and goes to work for MultiChoice. This relationship should begin now in these advisory committee setups that I was talking about, so that we construct the curriculum together. In other words, we don't wait until the end and we second guess what's happening. We construct the curriculum together, but we also place our students there on work integrated learning. And we send our own academics to go and check the work, and we get them supervisors inside. In other words, this is the bridge I'm talking about. So MultiChoice must just come nearer and be here before we reach graduation.
And not get out. You want to say something to that?
No, I wanted so I can move closer if the prof.
and I know that there's going to be a big panel discussion on work integrated learning later on in the day. And Prof, I just wanted to ask, before I open to the floor, because I'm also mindful of the time, we don't have much time together. So the minister spoke about, the important role that the humanities will continue to play, but more from a creative's role, because there'll be more channels, demand for content, and so on. But how are you thinking about bridging the material gaps that have been identified? I mean, if you go to Japan, for example, Japanese are now worried about the fifth industrial revolution. The OECD community is talking about Society 5.0, which is how have they learned from the defects of the fourth industrial revolution, particularly the questions around humanism, ethics, legalities. There are big questions amongst tax practitioners whether or not robots should be natural persons that are taxable because of how much work they complete, do you pay them? How are you going to make sure that as you build this, conversation and the Institute for the Future of Work, you make sure that there's that multidisciplinarity in the Institute itself as it conducts its work?
You have already in your question several phrases that answer it brilliantly, and I can only build on the hints that you already have in your question. What the explosion of technologies and algorithms and automation has done is not merely to bring the machines closer to us. It is changing what it means to be human. And so in time, people may have to go to hospital for therapy because of their addiction to multi-choice and Netflix.
Which is a possible addiction, by the way.
And people may have to go and have surgery on their thumbs because of the texting that they do all the time. So technology is changing how we do human, how we are human. It is changing the way we work. So it can't just be about technology and the machines only. The humanities continue to be crucial and important. I mean, the art world, I was just reading recently a book called AI 2041, which is an attempt to imagine what the world will look like in 20 years from now. And you can see that the relationship between the human and the machine is going to become more and more the focus. Because it's never going to be total replacement of the one by the other.
Absolutely. Well, until they can, make or remake human beings in their own technology image and not that of God. I'm not sure if I've got a roving mic on the floor, just to, open up the conversation if there are any people who want to join this provocation, fireside, chat conversation. It's really about setting the scene, and there will be much more niche conversations as we go along today and, of course, during the day tomorrow. Do I have a roving mic?
There's a question
because
there.
there are hands. I'm not sure. There's a hand on the fifth table on this row, wearing glasses, if I'm not mistaken. I think I've got good eyesight.
There's a one there.
With a lovely salt and pepper beard. And I note the hand on my right here, the green top. The mic will come there. Please introduce yourself and then fire away with a quick comment or question.
Thank you. My name is Mashego Maleka. I'm from Limpopo, on a traditional leadership side of things. So from where we're sitting as traditional leaders and getting those rural communities up and running, how do we, you as ANCA, Prof, and MultiChoice, can we create a channel where these conversations can be there daily, whereby then we know that this is a portal from us as communities through to TUT and other academia, and all that, so that we could get the conversations running on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please go to my right there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Rudzani Makeda. I'm Center Manager for Bembe TVET Incubation, or Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubation. My first question is, we are talking about the future of work and 4IR dialogue. Hybrid cars We are talking, they are coming, they are already there. Where are the engineers? And which institution is training? And how ready are we to intervene on that regard? Robotic operations, the minister has indicated that already people are developing who will maintain those robots. And again, let's talk in terms of every course must have an app. Every course must have a software. When you are an engineer, there should be an app or a software that you use to make your life easier. The development of content, when I'm talking about DSTV over there, this podcast coming, a new emergent and interesting breaking stories, interviews we watch daily. Want it tap in your market? I heard somebody saying digital plumbing on your plumbing. If you're leaking water, you can know it from your phone that your kitchen is leaking. And again, let me also raise it looking in terms to what we are doing as Bembe TVET Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubation. We have a makerspace where unemployed youth with degrees can come and learn how to design software. The gentleman sitting next to me can design anything, prototype, and take it to a technical center and manufacture it. He's also running a clothing center where we manage to manufacture your PE, this for COVID.
PPE.
He did it. So my take that I'm trying to say is there are changes on the ground. Even a bricklaying person, it's also affected by 4IR because he need to show me before and after situation, the design that I'm looking. So my last question is...
Let's wrap it there.
My last question is, I just want to give a very last to Prof. Prof, brick making machine is killing us. This electric brick making machine, traditional old lady who used to make manual brick making are affected. So it's affecting everybody, the future of work. So how do we certificate that?
Thanks, Rodzani. So those are the knock-on effects. Do I have one last hand so that, one last hand here at the, do you have a hand at the back? And then please come to the front. The other one, I'll take the last fourth hand on the second table here. I am at the, at the back there. I'm at the mercy of my colorful yellow shirts that I can see in the dark. Yeah, let's have that question there to my right. Yes?
Thank you very much. My name is Leki Mukwena. I'm a TUT student, third year in software development. Let me just acknowledge the professor, the vice chancellor. Seems like we have integrated from defending ourselves with iron boards to integrating our minds so we ensure that we are not left out. Mine goes to Prof. Dinyiko to say we are having 4 things that we are currently dealing with, of which I think it's on the part of those who deal with research. You'll find that there are findings of researchers. Then we go to basic research and applied research. There's new innovations. But then the problem starts when it comes to industrialization of those ideas that come out from universities, whereby the market does not absorb them in a way that you have developed them. So the lack of communication with the market, what is it that they're currently looking for? That's the problem where it starts. Then I think because there's many speakers who have spoken that collaboration is something that is very important. How do we ensure that we select our partnerships as the university and also co-creation of the IPs, because the secrecy of the university when it comes to innovation is the one that makes the university not to go out to also implement the ideas, because of whatever that researchers are doing, they are protecting their own ideas. The co-creation of IPs from researchers when they take their ideas either to commercialize them or industrialize them. How do we protect those ideas to ensure that they also become part and parcel of whatever is innovated?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Quick one here. I'm being told I'm running out of time. I've got about 2 minutes plus extra time, Nyana, maybe.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ali Mashishi. I'm from the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. I'm tasked to coordinate the establishment of the AI Institute, and one of the partners is TUT. What I've observed in countries in relation to technology, for example, in Japan, they have identified that they've got an aging nation. So that's a national problem that they must solve. In China, they have a space issue in relation to where we do get all the Chinese to be. So my question here in assisting is, what is South Africa's national question? And what is a national problem we have to solve? Because technology is supposed to assist us to advance. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ali. I thought you were going to help us with that national question. You are closer to the powers that be than some of us, but it's okay. But I think, Nico, it's an important question. What are we trying to solve for? I think this is a very important question. I've asked people at the Department of Education and said, what's the philosophy of education of this country? And I'm not getting it. Because you're trying to solve for something. You're trying to solve for profits. So your problem is very clear. You're trying to solve for profits, but I like what Mukwena is raising there. How are we handling issues of, IP, scaling up of ideas? We've seen a number of industries being accused of thievery. As much as, there's a corruption problem that side. Nangapa Ngaguni, you also have a similar problem where you steal people's ideas, commercialize, not you, commercialize them and so on. But how do we navigate that space? Because it's becoming a very, very difficult space because people feel demotivated to innovate because they don't feel that the value will accrue to them.
I think if I had to summarize what problem we're trying to solve is that, at least from how I understand it, is that often we do a cut and paste, so innovations come somewhere else and we just implement here. And for me, the success of this institution would be to do it the other way around, where we start, as the prof said earlier, where we start creating stuff and stuff that comes from South Africa that we export to the rest of the world. Part of the things that we're very proud of at MultiChoice is that there's so much technology that exists now in the broadcast technology overall that was actually started at MultiChoice. We were the first broadcaster outside the United States pay television. So South Africa had pay television before Europe, and that started out at MultiChoice. We were the first one to do an STPVR. We were the second country after Italy to do mobile TV back in the days, DVB-H and so forth. So for me, the problem we're trying to solve is how do we move from being consuming to creating? And that's what we're trying to solve.
Can I put you on the spot?
I'm always say I can't answer if I find it hard to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we're trying to solve something for South Africa and for Africa. And strategically, your group office has seen Dubai as a strategic point of location and doing work and partnering, positioning itself in the globe and so on. How do we ensure that one day you come back and everything of yours is running from Africa?
No, so the office in Dubai is there for different reasons, right? So we're very clear that we're an African company. We're on a journey to build a platform business that solves African problems using technology, so we're very clear about that. So the location of us being in Dubai is purely, it's for four reasons rather. The first, it makes it easier for us to attract talent, international talent. So we've got people from all over the world working for us there. The second thing is around logistics and travel. So basically we can travel to any country in the continent from there, which was extremely difficult before. I mean, myself, based in Zambia before, whenever I wanted to travel in the region, I always had to come to South Africa. To a point that whenever I got to immigration, they would say, here's this guy that doesn't want to go home, because I'd always go through, international transit. So those are the major reasons. But for us, we're very clear that we're an African company that solves Africa's problems using technology.
So, Prof, here's something you need to solve. We've always said South Africa is the gateway to Africa. It seems like we lied to ourselves, right? Because there are actually other gateways that work better for people. So, with the limited 1 minute that we have, Prof, so many questions have been raised, and I think it's going to make for robust conversations. But I think the question really is, again, one, the national question. Prof, you've been involved in a lot of conversations. But secondly, how do you solve, I mean, it's not just multi-choice. People are unlocking funding for their businesses, and funders are demanding that they relocate, whether it's to Dubai, whether it's to Portugal, whether it's to Italy. How do we solve for the problem of skills retainment? And I'll give back the program to you, my brother.
Yeah, you know, even before we talk about skills retainment and the brain drain and all those familiar phrases, we have to have the skill. That is the problem that we must solve. We have to have the skill. There is a problem of skill shortage. There's a problem of misunderstanding of skill. People think that skill is what you get when you graduate. But skill is what you must keep getting, and you must keep improving. There is a skills problem in this country. We don't have the critical mass. We don't have the right skills. So we need to solve that problem. But there is another problem, perhaps, that I could naughtily suggest is a national problem. It's a problem of maintenance. We are not maintaining our infrastructure. Which is why you have load shedding, which is why you have infrastructure falling apart everywhere. And I think for me those are key national problems. But if you look at all our problems, the post-school education sector is a key potential problem solver. And that sector is not, in my view, sufficiently being tapped. Sufficiently being mobilized, sufficiently being equipped to be able to help the country solve the problems.
I was at a meeting, my program director, and somebody said time is a social construct. If I wanted to carry on, I would say that to you, but I know that we've got a jam-packed schedule, and I was told that it's being run with military precision, and we are already a bit about 20 minutes over time. So I'll make sure that I don't stand between people and making sure they have lunch on time. Ladies and gentlemen, Nico Bushiri. Well, thank you, Nico.
He does look like Bushiri.
Multi-choice CEO, South Africa, and of course, Prof. Nico Maluleke, Vice Chancellor of the Tswana University of Technology. Thank you so much for participating as well, and I wish you fantastic deliberations throughout the day.
Enkosi Mhlekazi, Tatan Shiburi, can see the prof, I can't. Ladies and gents, we are behind with our time. Thanks, gents. And I'll keep emphasizing this. We need to catch up. Prof. Wayne, I apologize. I'll just allot you about 25 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll see how we work around the break. Now, to speak to us about the role of the University of Technology in building an innovation bridge between industry and academia in the future of work is Professor Wayne Lee. Professor Wayne Lee is a professor with the Georgia Tech. May we, ladies and gents, please give him a hand as he comes to address us.
If we get some slides. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And again, thank you for the opportunity to address this wonderful conference. Today I'm going to talk a little about the exploring different scenarios for the future of work for University of Technology. On the agenda, very quick introduction. I know I only have 25 minutes. A basis for a new pedagogical philosophy, and a couple of scenarios that we've been able to implement at Georgia Tech. Very quickly, I'm not going to read a resume slide. I think you can read faster than I can talk. On the short purpose, I have 4 degrees: art, design, engineering, and product design. So I wasn't always a professor. I worked quite a bit, mostly in the automotive sector, Ford Motor Company, Volkswagen, IDEO product development, the Ford GT, Audi R8, and the original Tesla Roadster were part of the things I was involved with. So I was very lucky and blessed to be on the teams that designed those vehicles. So you'll see that those, before I was a professor, were some of the companies. We helped to design the original Tesla Roadster back in California back in 2003, 2004. All right. So, and I continue to hold a design consultancy besides being a professor, offices in San Francisco and in Atlanta. My research areas, very quickly, deal with a lot of what we're talking about. Multidisciplinary education, collaboration, innovation and creativity, intuition and understanding. So a lot of the things I do are connected to interdisciplinary education, right? Ethnography and user insight. How to understand people in society and so that we could create for them. And then finally, I teach 7 classes a semester and have 3 labs. So it's a pretty busy schedule. So let's talk about a basis for a new pedagogical philosophy. This is something that we are implementing. I'm the director of what they call the design block, the Innovation Design Collaborative at Georgia Tech. We teach 20 classes in multidisciplinary education and holistic design thinking. Quick, solve this problem. 8, right? Everybody got that. Very quickly, your mind's set to 8. Did I say this was a math problem? Why would I ask a room of highly educated people a grade school math problem? Did that thought cross your mind? Rather, what simplifying assumptions did you make to arrive at an answer quickly? In the rush to solve the world's problems, we jump very quickly to the first answer we can think of. And what assumptions do we make when we come to that answer very quickly? On the one hand, is this a number 4? Does it have to be? Is this a numerical or mathematical plus symbol, or can it be something else? Well, I never said this was a math problem. Our intuition, our creativity, our ability to frame ideas in a way that is counter to the norm helps us innovate. If this was a verbal plus sign, similarly to how they teach language, C plus AT would be cat, and the answer would be 44. If this was a visual problem, the 4 is an element of any drawing, then it's 2 ducks on a pond. If this is a perspective problem, for those who are studying art, and I have a fine arts degree, we teach perspective in art. And a perspective problem is that things that are closer to are drawn larger, and they recede in the distance based on optics and geometry. So artists can be mathematicians as well. And in this case, if the 4 is a perspective problem, then 1 and 4 recedes the distance, and it's a round of golf. Finally, if this is a logic problem, meaning that it has to be only used in combination, that symbol can only be used to combine with the symbol itself. Well, then that combination problem, fusing using only 4, the symbol combines to form a windmill. You see, those are creative skills. And they're based on how we examine problems. In solving more complex problems, that was a math problem. How often do we jump quickly to solve using our disciplinary expertise? We often cling to that. Versus seeking to explore possibilities with other disciplinary experts, with the community and industry, in order to arrive at a more inclusive and resonant outcome for those that we serve. Some basic concepts. Yes, we've talked about it. The minister talked about it. We live in a social system. The chancellor talked about it. We must understand problems from a systems level. But oftentimes, right, a social system can be simple, it can be complex and disorganized, it can be complex and organized. Most creators, most technologists, when they start encountering a problem for the first time, they often mistake or misjudge the type of system they are dealing with. So no one discipline carries the secret to solve the world's problems, which are multimodal and multi-factor. Climate change, injustice and inequality, the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, all of these require every discipline to help. Right? There's a basis in neuroscience. Right? Scott Taylor from Babson College, it's an entrepreneurial college in the United States, had done some work in neuroscience. And if you look at the engineering and technological disciplines, right, those are in the parietal lobe. Reading, writing, math, right? Those are only on one area of the brain. The other areas, art, right? music, personality, communication. They are different aspects of the brain. And the interesting thing, because he was doing this for business, he noticed that, so if you can think about it, there are lobes for understanding others. There's a load or an area for visual association, creativity, art. And then there are lobes for critical thinking. He noticed that those lobes never fired at the same time when analyzing business. You cannot be creative and critical at the same time. Right? This comes from Stanford. I feel all right to post this as credit to Stanford's design school. I was there when this design was created. They looked at the university in the 22nd or the 22nd century to say, how do we solve the world's problems? How do we take every major associated with the university and allow them to work together in radically collaborative ways? And that meant business for viability, technology for the feasibility, and human values, the humanities, the social sciences, art, industrial design, usability, and desirability, all working together to create design innovation. So that was their philosophy called design thinking. Since that particular the Stanford Design Center, or the Hasso-Plattner Institute, was founded around 2007. Since then, many other institutes have popped up in the United States. Harvard has the Innovation Lab. I myself lead the design block at Georgia Tech, the Sci Center at Yale, the Design Innovation Center at Northwestern, Siebel Center, and on and on. Part of that is they're teaching something that is transdisciplinary. It is how we create, and that is a design thinking process. And if you think about the mindsets behind that, the mindsets are empathy, how to communicate and relate to others and see them from their point of view, how to walk a mile in their shoes. Because when we create, we can be very proud, but we can also be very wrong. It's as haughty as saying, do you wear glasses? I wear glasses. You should wear my glasses. They work for me. Instead of actually going into the community, understanding their issues from their point of view, and having them help you solve it. That is true empathy and co-creation. The next phase, of course, is creativity. And that takes those visual, spatial reasoning, and associative mindsets. How you're the 4+4 example is an example of that. I asked that question not because it's a simple math problem, but as a way to tell you, to say, how can I re-examine this problem and reframe it in a different way? How can I visualize the problem? Because if you say it's 8, then you're only using your parietal lobe. Right? And then finally, of course, the execution phase, which technologists do quite well. These are the engineering matrices, the evaluation matrices, house of quality, testing. Yes, we do that. But we shouldn't shoot and then aim. We should understand who we're designing for and then execute on the problems that they have. My center teaches 5 what I call transdisciplinary design behaviors. We have 20 classes, 5 classes developed with these contexts in mind. All 20 classes, from transportation design to bio-inspired watercolor painting, utilize these 5 concepts. Contextual awareness, which is understanding who you're designing for, their market, their technological influences, their power and social structure influences. Because designing a vehicle for Liberia is different than designing a vehicle for Manhattan. And they should not be designed the same. Creativity, or creative craft. Understanding how you build, what you build, and at the level of sophistication that you build. You do not build at the highest level of sophistication when you're first starting out. Why? Because you want the person you're designing with to tell you what's wrong with it. And if you're making something beautiful, they'll assume you're right. and they will withhold information that they find very dear. They'll always tell you, it's like telling your child that their drawing is horrible. Why would you do that? But if you give a child's drawing to someone in the community, they'll say, this is ugly. So that's trying to think about. Iteration. How fast can you cycle through that design process I showed? How fast are you able to empathize, define, create a prototype, or create many prototypes to then get tested in the field? And when tested in the field, what do you learn? And then how do you re-examine what you have learned? How do you re-examine your assumptions about the group of people you are designing for? Finally, empathy, right? And which we've talked about, and entrepreneurial sustainability. We cannot create landfill. We must understand resources, assets in the community, and needs, and find the balance. I'm going to show two scenarios, and these are partnerships with both industry and nonprofit that we have developed in classwork. And what we do is we bring in multiple majors at the university. Now, everyone still gets a degree. Got it. But the university needs to create flexibility in a way that allows a poet and a public policy and an engineer to work on a bridge together. Why a poet? So they can describe the public policy in 12 words or less. Right? This one was one in, which we'll call an industry or corporate sponsorship. It's a multidisciplinary team done with Verizon 5G. We were talking about that. And one of my labs, which is a transportation design lab. So this is a 15-week project across mechanical engineering and industrial design. What we did first, now Verizon doesn't make phones. They make the 5G network, but they would like to sell phones. So what does my team do? And these are 4 or 5 person teams across multiple disciplines, led by about 8 teams led by 1 faculty member in a capstone senior design class, 4th year students. They go out and they try to find a problem in the society that needs to be addressed. It isn't hard, just walk out the door and you will find it. They found, well, if you don't want to make phones, where are phones not able to be used but love to be used? Turns out, long-haul trucking. That's illegal in the United States to use a phone when you're a truck driver, but they love to use it anyway. It causes 500,000 truck accidents a year, and 5,000 result in death. So it is a social problem. Those students went out and conducted interviews, 17 of them, with truck drivers, dispatchers, fleet managers, and the Verizon sales representatives, to truly understand what is the business's and what is the customer, the truck driver's issues. What they found was really the hardest part was communication between the fleet management and the long-haul truck driver, whether there was a detour or an accident or something that had immediate impact on the navigation of the truck. And they can't use their cell phone to do it, right? And the RV radio, the radio you pull from the ceiling of the vehicle, isn't connected into the fleet. So now there's a strong need to create a device embedded into a truck, right, along with Verizon Connect software to allow long-haul truck drivers to communicate with their fleet managers while driving, preferably hands-free. Our lab looked at form, button development, gesture interaction, location. This is a shot of a truck driver's cabin. And then testing and validation. So they did prototypes, and our lab has an eye tracker and a driving simulator inside it. So we were able to basically model very quickly a gesture recognition sensor, microphone, and some very easy, just very quick interactivity with it. But enough to compare using the eye trackers against a phone. And they found that they were able to take hands-off wheel time With 99% confidence, the device would only require the user take between 2.12 seconds versus 3.74 seconds. And if you can save 1.6 seconds on the road, right, 6 milliseconds is about 6 car lengths. So the findings were substantial. And then so knowing that, the students went into design development, looking at light feedback, form study, and then their final form. So again, these are designers and engineers working together, collaborating with the community on behalf of a corporation, right? It is funded, the corporation pays for it, but the intellectual property is the ownership of the students and the students alone. If Verizon wants the IP after the class is done, they have to negotiate it through, and that happens. The legal office at Georgia Tech represents the students. Here's the final form, smaller than an iPhone. Some quick color material finish and chamfer details of what it is. It basically uses kind of a ballpoint pen mechanism. You push on it, the microphone extends upwards, and that turns it on. So when you turn on the car, you tap it, and it's on. At that point, it's just gesture recognition and a voice control. They prove feasibility in the engineering side, component selection, stress analysis, design for manufacture and assembly, and a bill of materials. So you'll see that as far as component selection, design for assembly, finite element analysis, the latching button mechanism, which was pulled off of a ballpoint pen and enlarged, and of course the design for assembly and feasibility. The costs that they recommended were within 5% of what Verizon's current costs actually were. So that was a great outcome. And Verizon, if they wanted to use that product, would negotiate with the student team to transfer the intellectual property rights. So that's one scenario. It is one course, capstone design, of which I lead one section, and there are about 20 sections, or 13 sections at Georgia Tech. But only 2 or 3 of them are interdisciplinary. Oops. Let's do one more with the 6 minutes I have left. This is a nonprofit. This is through my Design Block Institute or Design Block Initiative. We work with the community, the surrounding community of Atlanta. Again, you can just walk out the door and realize that there are issues that could be addressed, right? So this one's a community engagement and service project. It is nonprofit. We do this through the budget that Design Block offers, and we are funded. Design Block is funded by a donor who funds my chairship and Amazon. So this is what we call vertically integrated project or community service design. So this is another scenario you might want to think about adopting. Design Block, as far as this initiative, is the only innovation design initiative that I say equips the toughest problem solvers, Georgia Tech students, to be thoughtful problem framers. And that means before you rush to solve a problem, do you truly understand who it is you're creating for? I want my students to be thoughtful problem framers with empathy and contextual awareness and creativity before they rush to go make whatever mechanism they want to make. Because oftentimes the mechanism they make is wrong. And they have to learn that. They learn that through iteration. They learn that through co-design with the community. And when they begin to understand that they may be very technically adept, they may not be empathetically adept. And when they can see their effect directly in front of them and how the society improves around them, they get very excited to keep going. We talked about our design behaviors. I don't need to go over it again, but this is one of the courses that tries to mirror all these 5 ideas. Our majors, as far as the 20 classes we teach, this comes out of fall 2019, roughly is very diverse. It roughly mirrors the Institute. You can see the different majors that are in all of our coursework. So it is a technology school, so yes, biomedical engineering, computer science, mechanical, right, other engineering groups, as well as management and design, and then there are roughly about 26 majors represented here. We have teaching staff, and this is a year-long project. So the first semester is all about engagement with the community, truly understanding what is it they're doing. In this particular case, we are making an interactive bus stop. It turns out certain parts of the city are neglected versus other parts of the city. Certain parts of the west side of Atlanta, buses don't stop. It could be the region, it could be who resides there. Many of our students have never ridden a bus. They've been chauffeured by their parents. So even for them to understand who rides in a bus, they need to understand it. They take the first semester engaging with the community on 3 actual sites. These were the sites where the bus stops were, and they're just a pole in the ground. People get rained on, they move directly to the store that's nearby. And of course, the bus doesn't see them. Whereas other areas of the city have a nice shelter where you can still be right next to the road and you can wave at the driver. So there's an inequality here. How do we fix it? Right? And this is of a scale and scope that can be done in a year. Right? So these 3 actual locations, and we worked with nonprofits. So we worked with the Community Engagement Center, which is the one that represents this area or district of Atlanta. We worked with the bus group, or the bus advocacy group, the MARTA Army, and we worked with 2 design firms. One's more of an engineering set, and one was an engineering set, and one that represents the city. We worked through these techniques, empathy techniques, interviewing, identification of needs, understanding and structuring needs, and being able to visualize and create a story to tell to others. Because you can analyze the needs, but you also have to advocate for them. How are you able to describe the plight of someone who's neglected and unseen on the street? And so the students have to advocate for them, understand what the opportunities are, both in influence and impact. This is basically a power structure diagram. And understand the culture. So by interviewing daily bus riders, by using the system themselves, and again, many of these students have never ridden a bus. Right? Understanding the cultural dynamic between the people, the system, and themselves with first-person experience. Coming up with ideas through drawing, visualization, idea generation, and community participation and feedback. Once they draw the ideas, they don't just make it, they bring the people they talk to, the daily bus riders, into the university and have them co-create with them. Teach the community design as you are a university, not just your students. Right? Teach a man to fish. And they help participate in the making of the design itself. So interviewing first semester, participatory making second semester. And here are the final results. You see the first modular shelter and some quotes from the students. There were 3 locations. So this was one designed specifically for this location. Again, a separate one that commemorated the area and street intersection and the history of that section because it has historical importance. I'm skipping the third just due to time because I see my timer's going off. The confidence in design proficiency, you see very large gains in technically minded students to understand about design, creativity, and empathy. And I'll just have a quote here. This is a computational media major, right? Not an engineer and not a designer. And then 2 more. So again, an industrial design major, and an industrial engineering major. I found out how to collaborate with others to turn abstract ideas and intention into a physical product or prototype. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Lee. Ladies and gents, may we please give Prof. Wayne Lee another round of applause. Ladies and gents, before we take our tea break, please allow me to acknowledge and appreciate both the sponsors and the partners of these dialogues, starting with the City of Tshwane, the Tshwane University of Technology for Us Digital, the Black Business Council, and the SA Innovation Summit. Those are the partners. The sponsors for Us Digital, again, MTN, the Central Energy Fund, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the United Nations Development Program, Huawei, International Committee of the Red Cross, as well as RAIN South Africa. May we please give a round of applause to the partners and sponsors. We are about to take a quick body break and grab something to nibble on, or even something to drink. May I please ask that we do a drive-through kind of arrangement, go outside, grab something, and be back into the plenary at least by 11:30. So at 11:30 we will be resuming with our program. And as I say, let's go call it smash and grab and go, drive through. But I please ask that we be back at 11:30. Morwarre thinking kinele diatla mo metsing right. Ke diegile go senene mme re tla re boela re tswela pele ka lenaneo la rona. Ladies and gents, we are on for a break. We will be back at 11:30. Thank you very much.